Dear participants, good morning. We start day 2, East-Expo 2023, and the term starts. And the first presentation, tools, the business for MMS. And the presentation would be from Denise Blinger, the head of the Innovation Department and Access to Finance. And he is from the expert of the entrepreneurship development office. Everyone can hear me. Everything is okay. Dear friends, thanks for coming. It's nice to see you all. And I represent the Office of the Development of Entrepreneurship and Expert. So do you see me? Which would be the better location? Okay, right here on the stage. Okay, so today I'll make a presentation about the national project, the business which is implemented by the Office of the Development, Entrepreneurship and Export and the Ministry of Digital Transformation. The office is a government institution under the Cabinet Minister of Ukraine, and our main goal is to assist small, micro, and medium-sized business in the development, access to information, access to finance, and foreign markets. And I'll tell you about our activities, and if there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them. So, we are happy that 85% of the customers of the Office and National Project Their Business are representatives of medium and small business, and we do understand that this is our task. It's a pleasure for us that our portal is visited by that number of the business, and there's an interest. We are focused on businessmen who are just starting their activities or those who continue and want to develop, and our services can be useful for the business which is a mature one. And which is the market for a long time. So, the areas of our activities. First of all, we as a government institution, first of all, are focused to support small and medium entrepreneurship, the development of the competences, assistance, and setting up partnership between Ukraine and foreign business, promotion of Ukrainian goods and services outside of Ukraine, and there's a separate stream export portal, our services, which can be provided to the companies which are planning or selling their goods outside of Ukraine. In my presentation, throughout the presentation, you have QR codes available, and go to the website directly with more details of what I'm going to tell you about. We split conventionally our activities to online and offline components. So Dear Business is a big portal, one-stop shop for the entrepreneurs with the information to launch and develop their own business. The information is absolutely different. There's a big range, and we have to use the information because we provide updates, and we try to online put everything on our portal. And the second component is offline. 14 support centers of the business we open in Ukraine, and one center can be open in Warsaw, and I'm going to elaborate on that as well. And if you have a wish, you're welcome to visit those centers and use the services which they provide. So, what do we offer through our portal? First of all, educational programs, courses, all of them, all these services are for free. So visiting our portal, register there, you get access to all the services, to any program, to any information, and everything is free, and you are welcome to use that. So if you have an opportunity, we encourage you to disseminate the information amongst your colleagues, your staff. Let them use this information. What do we offer? 150 ideas to launch business. So we are collecting information which might be useful and can be used immediately by the entrepreneurs. If you visit our portal, you'll immediately see the ideas which can be used as success stories to be used in your activities. Or if you have any ideas, you are welcome to share them. We created 60 subjects for the advisory services. What's that? We have an opportunity. We engage the consultants, people who already have something to share. They register on our portal as consultants. We have a broad range of consultation like taxation, running business, structuring, European programs, access to finance. And through our portal, you can see the subjects so you register yourself for the consultation, and it's done automatically, the invitation through Google and email. So you register yourself for the consultant, and you get a personal hour, an hour and a half on a specific subject. And those consultations can be repeated or go for other consultations. And we see this as the service is becoming more popular. So if you need an advice, if you're interested, just visit the platform, register, and list yourself for the service. So we have a proposal for partnership from foreign business. We cooperate as an office with foreign companies. They also apply to us and ask information about different businesses, for example, and different sectors, and we can provide we have the list of Ukrainian exporters. Encourage you to register and be on this catalog. So we'll make it available for foreign partners. Participation in international events. We offer assistance if there's a wish to go for the international markets. We may help you in participation in different fairs, exports, different forums, and trade missions. So you can find checklists, guides, diaries, and the materials for your company. If you want to check how your company, whether the company is ready to run business, how the processes are tuned in your company. So you can use this checklist online and check the readiness of your company to run business. We provide information also on review of foreign markets and the goods available in foreign markets, and you may check whether there's an interest of a specific country for your marketplace for financial opportunity. This is a separate section. Access to financial programs in Ukraine available for Ukraine, and services and tools. This is another section. we move forward. Now on the sections of a DIA business is a big portal, and I would like to highlight some tools available there. We created marketplace for financial opportunities. If you go to the finance section, either through QR code or hitting the section, what's in there? We collect, we thought that it might be useful for the entrepreneurs to have the banking program, financial proposals, some bank, financial institution, grant institution, international partner, government programs, and one place. The entrepreneurs, for the entrepreneurs or any individual who is interested to get access to finance. So that would be a one-stop shop to what are going to different sites, different financial institutions or grant organizations, see what are the opportunities to get the funding. Now we have more than 420 financial programs and services from 22 banking institutions, and go to this section using the filters, so by type of financial program, by interest rate, by time, to get the financial service by banking institutions. So you can set up the filters in the search engine, get the picture what our financial programs are available, and make your choice. Whatever fits you. After that, you go to the site of a respective financial institution. You contact the manager, either the bank manager or financial institution manager, and then use process setting up the relationship. The grant program 579 and government program Eurobot, the work available. There's one-stop shop, and we provide the update. We encourage you to use this. What did we do recently? We thought it would be nice to provide information on financial programs which are offered in the regions. We collected, so we made requests to our regional administrations, civil military administration. So basically send the info request, what is offered to the entrepreneurs, and we got the input from them, and we tried to make it user-friendly presentation, and they already, this is for the relocated enterprises, so just some information, compensation for the cost of energy efficiency equipment, financial system to procure equipment, raw materials, payment, the anti-crisis support. So you see that the programs are absolutely different, and you can find the program available in your respective region. How it works, it's not yet automatically, cannot make a put a link, so you should go to the Oblast administration directly in the respectful region, but the description of the program is available. If there is a need and if there's your interest, you are welcome to use it.
Why? Because we have a lots of different applications, and so you can use the application up to your choice. So all the applications are updated as necessary. They can be updated by banking management or regional facilities. We organize the work the way like the banks can update the applications or the content of the application or the program by their own way, by their own access. Same, we have the loans for exporters program. And again, using our portal, well, in case you need money, and if your company wants to enter the foreign market, so the public loan agency can be the insurer of such an operation. So all this information is available as well as on the site of the public agency and the governmental portal. And through our portal, you also can submit an application and the agency will contact you. So the loan amount is not exceeding 20 million of hryvnia only for 2 years. And so the banks have their own regulatory documents and as to the issuing this loan. And the same, the banks can allow you to join the program of accessible loans of 5 to 7 to 9% of commission. So you're invited to submit your application through this QR code, for example. Again, the Dear Business Export, we try to develop the portal itself and as well as to develop the export in areas as to the companies who are already exporting. They can get the information about the countries, sectors, and market of the world. I mean, basing on statistical data like Mintel, Euromonitor, and Statista. So to get this information, you have to register to create your own electronic office, and you will get the most interesting proposals and all the news. We also will assist you to find the partners, and again, this information also is published from the part of State Loan Agency. Again, another direction of our activity is consulting. In case you're interested in getting the primary consultation on export activities or to participate in public procurement program or diagnostics of markets, we also can provide such information. As you see, not only SMEs are in there, but also we are open to bigger companies and holdings. You can join our network through the contacts and you will get any needed consulting service. As you see, over 110 companies already received their individual consultations in 2022. As I already mentioned, we propose the businesses to participate or to assist their participation in the World Expos. We know that the times is hard and everyone is missing finances, but still we try to find the partners, the donors, and on our website we submit the information on all possible expos in the world, and thanks to our donors or partners we can cover the expenses or a part of expenses like paying the stands or the participation, or providing you the uh, assistance all through the export timing. And you see the international affairs and exports still were available for Ukrainian businesses. And since autumn this year, we expect the increased activity of international expos. So we invite you to join us and encourage to participate. Well, a piece of statistics concerning the expos like BioFac, Expo. We organized B2B meetings in number over 770. This is Euroshop 2023. 7 Ukrainian companies participated. They reached over 10 agreements on partnership, and we managed to organize over 250 B2B meetings. We try to assist and encourage the signing of agreements on partnership, and we consider it a primary purpose. For example, Las Vegas, this was a furniture pavilion. 6 Ukrainian companies took participation, and we reached over 18 agreements on partnership. We know that recognition cannot be reached since the first time, and also it's really hard to sign the agreement of partnership from the very first time. But still, we can manage and assist in it and reach good results. This is a Stockholm text show of. Also, we reached really good numbers in B2B meetings, and we created the Ukrainian exporters catalog. What is it? In case your company wants to export some products abroad, or wants to become known abroad, we create a catalog where we introduce the company characteristics and description. Unfortunately, we have the air raid. Well, I will quickly finalize my lecture. I'm very happy you're joining us. We are always open and ready to help you. Please take care of yourself. Well, please proceed to the shelter. Thank you. We have the air raid.
Шановні учасники, зал лекторій.
Dear participants, we proceed, and next presentation is Artificial Intelligence Revolution, Evolution, or Just Hype. And the presenter, Denis Sulkovsky, the head of the Marketing Department, Director on Innovations. I love Denis, you're on. Hello. It's great to be out of the basement. And probably I'll start from the most interesting piece, the Q&A. That's hype or revolution or evolution. What should we expect? And I'll start with this question. I don't know how long my presentation would last. So whatever the actual it's evolution. Someone thinks that's a revolution because it's really happening fast and people are not able to adjust the intellectual intelligence. And from my perspective, it's definitely not. It would not be over as a blockchain if you've heard about that, the NFT and other technologies, and there's some reason for that. I decided to build my case based on how I use artificial intelligence, and any one of you, whatever you doing in real life, can use. Just imagine that you come to the office and you have a PC who already learned to think like other people and is able to learn. So, like, may ask him to learn biology, you have it, and it is able to understand people. So you have a device. What kind of job you would give it to this device? Probably the one which we are not willing to do. Might be smart devices to do things like produce guidelines, prepare documents, or decide on the internet a brief summary or long summary and mail to everyone. This what artificial intelligence can do, and these are not rocket science, so it's not super innovative. Or probably will assign the work which we like to do it better jointly. I like to do presentation. And this presentation did together with artificial intelligence. I asked them to do the structure, and other artificial gave me all the pictures, absolutely all the pictures were done by artificial intelligence, and the slides and the content. So my job is now to keep a microphone and work on the clicker, and probably will do the work which artificial engine proceed with scaling and make sure that the customers get proper answers on all the questions which may come 24/7. And myself as the owner of a small or medium business, all the customers, all the intermediaries are using artificial intelligence, or probably will think of something which we were never ever thinking of. Just do the projection of the flour supply for the next year, if it's a bakery or craft beer producer, and do the estimates of the beer consumption. So with artificial intelligence, everything's possible, and half a step earlier than machine learning. This is also can be done, and these are not rocket science where we should engage developers. This is something which can be used like Google Excel. It's already there. Or you want to do something that you were dreaming all your life. You want to play musical instruments. Artificial intelligence can help you. How? It's a genius tutor, your personal tutor, teacher if to choose something, or you want to change the approach and develop new goods, services, increase the spectrum of your small business and everything. And then with the help of artificial, how I cannot tell you within a couple of minutes, but I may show you direction how artificial intelligence can be used, how it works. I'm not going to tell you about complicated things, how the machines are learning the data, transformers. I'll tell you the case to understand the concept of artificial. Just imagine the whole of people full of experts, not the best in rank, but an expert. And you may choose anyone and ask him any question and feed him with as much information as possible to have him more engaged with. And it doesn't matter what kind of expert is that. It is medicine or marketing or mathematics or literature or whatever. Artificial intelligence is an average knowledge of mankind, learned everything, whatever can be found on internet. Basically English language, but with good understanding of 50 language, with more or less understanding of 150. How it works? We ask, and artificial intelligence responds, "What sense of life?" and get a response. Sense of life. This is the perception of it. The more we ask him, the answers are more interesting. It operates in a certain context, and the more abstract question is, the more interesting how to prepare, cook French baguette. And it's not a case, just a recipe, what kind of ingredients I need, and how I should use it. So I managed to cook a piece of bread. So the recipe was good, but the holes were small. I saw like in Instagram, he explains that, oh, well, we made a mistake when we were cooking. So how to have this careful. So for the second, so with artificial intelligence, I can cook the French baguette. Oh, well, that's good. That's good. We may ask and encourage the answer. It's not just a test, but the picture. So journey and with it's not the real picture. This is something which artificial intelligence draw, like dinosaurs. That does not exist, but artificial intelligence drawer. This is the first picture, artificial intelligence. So this we sometimes play with my daughter. We invented these stories, and artificial intelligence creates pictures. And that might be the future. What you can approach artificial intelligence with from the practical point of view, you work with other people. And just imagine the farm which sells something with you can come. What are the pain? What are the challenges to sell? So the pain, quality of the product, the list of issues I have to look at, and I can ask several hours with new and new issues popping up. Going back to the longer we communicate with artificial, the better understanding from its side. On each problem you may ask, what do you mean? What are the solutions? What are the best solutions? Can you offer me more specific response? And the communication for GBT chat, can lead to the following. And the pain are the issues we are considering and keeping more customers. But it's not just pain. The customers are happy. What makes people happy? Those who order for agriculture, like a fresh product. I like to make order time of the delivery. So usually order tomatoes or cucumbers after midnight. It comes to post office, and the cucumbers and tomatoes you get from Nova Posta. And the watermelons, I got them on Nova Posta office, delivered to home. And I like markets, but some people don't like mass markets. Some people don't like to mess with other people. They like to appreciate delivery. The task for the customers, how they view the procurement process. We have a vision from our side. So in different services, unlike and the task might be the following. For me, a surprise was to check the account and ask, what do you mean? And try to be friendly with artificial. So check of the account on Instagram and how to improve it. Yep, and this is how the discussion started. 5 recommendations how to improve the account check. Nice pictures, detailed description of the product, and on every point we can elaborate. What do you think? What transparency is? How should I prove that I'm transparent? What do you mean? And thus we would inspire ourselves and get more knowledge for us to have a look on us from another perspective. We also can invent something special, which is interesting for micro and medium business, small business. They cannot compete with budgets, compete with something that big companies are able to compete. And there's only one field is there: experience, the impression that I will tell after I got my delivery of watermelons from Nova Posta. That was cool, especially when I'm somewhere in the mountains when there are no. So to go for the watermelons, I have to go. But we have in a remote village up in the mountains post office which was able to accept my watermelons for the delivery. So not all ideas should be generous, but the standard perception of the grocery next to my house. But there's an experience. I apply for and I got some recommendation like personal greetings at my farm, which I make orders from Instagram. They do personal greetings. When I had Corona, they sent me the products. They left them by my door, but with a message like "stay healthy." That's a minor thing, but this is a cool person. Like 4 years after, I still have that in my memory. That just a small card, but this makes a great thing. Interactive video in the broadcast micro business exists in the places when people don't come. Craft shops. Remote location in the village. But what is obvious for you, for micro business, even if you're not a farmer, even if you're an office person, just what kind of life, an average life could be for an office employee. The main idea is to compare lifestyle put video from job place to the broadcast. And these are the advices from artificial intelligence. And I agree. Exclusive proposal for the subscribers. There might be something like with example with them. They had flowers from the field, so it's not that too many flowers, but additional add-on, yes, to top like with the cherry, and I had milk, fruit, and a bouquet of flowers from the field, and it was like 15-20 greenness. But this is not just to make money, but to create a story, to create a case. So indifference is a terrible thing. If you do something for someone and the other party remains indifferent, this is too bad. Let's do cool things. And cool thing, this is case behind the scene, what happens in your place, and there's an intern. Who would be interesting to know? I'm sitting in my do no sausages. That's cool, but I do something which is very boring, and it's boring for you because it's obvious. No, but you don't see that it might be interesting. But actually, the world fights for a simple thing now. Oh well, not the whole world, but the developed world now is interesting to get attention. People are bored, and oh well, there's so any joy, any fun you can demonstrate is cool, but anyone has a personal story that this is a key how to attract the attention and how improve.
So we can get more about our clients. I mean, we can get more information since the artificial intelligence makes good lists about what you can ask about. And also you can check yourself what are you doing right, like through asking some consultant, or you can write some requests to artificial intelligence. This is an example of such questions of requests, and I'm showing you the shortened versions of requests, so you can ask on any single thing, like whether or not the consumers are happy with the products they buy, and so on and so forth. But what else we can do? We, for example, have an Instagram, I mean the farm and Instagram, like imaginary farm, and we can make a plan. I mean the AI can make a content plan for you, and you can even ask to write this content plan in a Spielberg style, or Luc Besson, for example, for your TikTok, to get a scenario in the style of Luc Besson, and so you will get it where the AI can get it. It gets it from the internet, since there are lots of scenarios, lots of articles by Spielberg or Luc Besson, and for example, as not even words that Steven Spielberg would do by himself, and this is really the first step for you, so you can do anything you want or using the AI. For example, filming the TikTok. Why? Since I have to understand how TikTok works or functions, I came in the TikTok together with my cat, thinking that the cat will rise lots of views, but we got just around like 3,000 reviews. But this is nothing. So I tried to film my cat the every single way I could, but no, the number of likes is not raising. Next, I tried to show my cooking, how I cook, how I make my own recipes, even less likes. So then I decided maybe I'm too old for TikTok, but my third attempt was like around 3 weeks ago. Well, I'm really well, I like economy, but economy is rather boring. But so what I do, I tell to AI about the economy, and the artificial intelligence writes me a scenario, and then my videos, which are done by the artificial intelligence, really rise thousands of views and likes. And so we got the round of applauses, some scandals. Well, that's how to do TikToking together with artificial intelligence. Now let me show you the cases how I did it in my work. I work in Loon, and I am responsible for PR, and ChatGPT does all my presentations. I give I specify the number of audience persons connected. Next, I do the main provisions, and GPT does everything I wanted. So, and I can ask GPT to write this scenario in a Shakespeare style, or for example, thanks to Midjourney, I can do the design. Like when everyone asked leopards, we decided to make our own leopards, like for the tank, to be painted in blue and yellow, like Lego cubes, and we got really very pretty tank. And next we created the Leo F-16. In the quick design, just in a minute and a half. Yes, I could ask the designer, paying money, waiting for a week, and but as you see, now it's in a minute, ready-made. Lots of people liked it for the paper walls, and now we see the two options. One was done by our manager with Midjourney, and other one by this designer. So now we see that anyone can be a good designer. This is really a new way of creativity, and I liked it very much. We do lots of announcements for the for copywriters, and again, for the copywriters, rather boring. And when using the artificial intelligence, everything is done quite quickly in a very nice way. Next, the survey of the audience through the GPT. Yes, for example, through the GPT chat, we developed such a list of likes and dislikes. Then, step by step, what is really you preferred on every stage, and we can get an in-depth analysis of the topic, and it gets like half of a day to go deep into the topic and to get the feedback from the audience very quickly. Another topic, since for example the heating prices, tariffs grew up sharply in London, and for example I asked the AI this question. So, and the AI gave me the outcomes plus giving the link to Excel. So I download this file to the from the Excel, and now when giving it to AI, I received the great analysis, and so I don't need any data analysts to get the findings, and thus I managed to teach my GPT to read Excel, and also I tried to make an attempt like to download the data to GPT and then ask the questions, meaning to launch the data processing, and the AI develops the small software making the data analysis, but the GPT costs $20 per day or $100 per month, but how much will you give to the data analysts? Well, GPT really is really the bubble. Now, how to analyze 3,000 comments? I also asked the GPT. I downloaded all the comments in PDF, then I uploaded them in Humata, and now I started to ask questions about the comments. So, and Humata gives me the results, the conclusions, when making the referrals to the pages, and in particular how to analyze the comments, the really big text comments to read and on 3,000. So everything took me just 15 minutes, up to 15 pages of in PDF through Humata. ChatGPT has free of charge version. Well, you can play with it, and after you understand the limit, you will be asked to charge $20. I did it in a time when the version was free of charge. For example, how to translate the text with the explanation. So please, explaining this text as the humanitarian. So the GPT can translate from one language into another, well, qualitatively enough. So I would make much more mistakes than GPT, and then I even can ask the explanation as a, well, please, like I'm asking it, please explain me this text as to humanitarian, meaning I'm not a mathematician. So I talk to it in Ukrainian, and the GPT responds me in English is well, the way like it should be explained to humanitarian. Well, the ideas for the brainstorm. So when you face a problem with white paper, so this is a Google Excel table where the small expansion is the GPT-4 Word. So we created a list of ideas, and we uploaded them to the GPT. And next, we received all the analysis and conclusions. Plus, we we survey the quality of the air, and we have to make good packages for the devices. And I asked the Midjourney to create the design for the package, and really quite a nice way. I mean, good look. Yeah, but the most that I did it just playing with my child through the telephone. And in fact, I work with a designer, I mean, Midjourney as a designer, at the same time playing with my child. And it takes me just several seconds for do several steps. So we can do lots of steps in really in a qualitative way, as if working with the professional through the computer. So GPT and Midjourney work nicely through your smartphone. For example, you ask, well, please change, I don't like it, please do something else. And the Midjourney will never tell you, I'm tired, I quit. No, it gives you even more variance. So just some words for conclusion. I think that the artificial intelligence will change the world, the way like the word was changed with the appearance of the internet. So we don't understand till the very single limit what is the human conscience, but the artificial intelligence already knows how to communicate with us. And for example, when they do lies, when do what they may be like mistaken, but not lying to you, and that is the case. Next, what the next good thing that they give to you? This is really very fast speed, and even faster and faster. And sometimes maybe at some moment there'll be a boom of development in a positive way, and the negative, well, may happen when we cannot discern the truth from lies. Well, even now we don't understand it quite well, but the technology is just an instrument. And let's hope that the bad boys and girls would be smaller in number than good boys and girls. The world will become personalized, since we will create the even more personalized way. For example, I like red apples, but not so big, and they will select you these just those apples that you like. So just observe how many things you would like to be even more personalized for you yourself, and you'll get it. Same manufacture processes will also change. Next, please don't take the artificial intelligence as a thing that will take your work, or just you human beings. This is not the purpose of the artificial intelligence. This is a co-pilot, creator, author, and the tutor that is really let's say attentive. It may repeat as many times as it needed, and it can model the situation in a very good way. I already mentioned that I like economy. And once I asked the GPT how to work for me myself, to get a good, to accumulate the good financing for my, let's say, pension. So yes, the AI can give you forecasts and can give you the options for different point of views. For example, when you have to buy some honey and run into the forest. Well, this is just a joke. And the last one, the fifth, the most simple way, register just the GPT for the free of charge version. And I hope that we don't have Google representatives. Please try use not the Google but the GPT chat when you seek something. I mean not some the address but some recipe, or when you want to know how to meditate, when you don't understand the home task of your child. But please don't tell your child that you did it through the GPT. Well, everything will be changing in the world. So just try it now. It's safe in case you will take the conclusions, the GPT conclusions, as let's say 100% true. For example, I asked him, I asked the artificial intelligence to analyze my, for example, blood test. And I ask the recommendations, and it gives me almost the same recommendations as the doctor does. Well, would it substitute the doctor? No, since the doctor really looks at you as a human being. But again, in US they use GPT as a psychologist consultation, and again is much less expensive. So why to pay more? And well, it can help you to overcome the anxiety.
I also run different experience with him. It does not substitute the therapies, but at some point allows to have a look on the other angle. And of course, if it's an extreme PTSD or something, definitely you need a professional individual. But if you didn't sleep for the whole night because the neighbors were bothering you, you may ask and can provide interesting recommendations with drink more water, but it helps. This is all the pictures were done by artificial intelligence, but there was a human being in front of you on the stage. Thank you very much for your attention. There was a hand over there. Would it be a correct assumption that in the nearest future the designers would return to the GPT operators? So the photographers say that when, but after something. So today, to hire someone who works without the artificial intelligence, that's like big miners. Just this is the audience of the proper age. Maybe someone remembers in the resume. Personal computer skills. Now, GPT chat skills. What can be worded differently, but this is the multiplicator for the others. To create 500 drawings within a 1 hour, but designer plus Mid-Journey and GPT just can do that. So there won't be a substitution. All the routine goes to the machine, but final decision is on the designer. And that would be interesting phenomena. So actually we'll get to the situation when the majority of people would be able to create a design, and designer would be on the average level, and designers would be able to have an interesting approach and would have more chances to do the job. But for the other side, some small businesses, when a man, woman, kids do something now have the opportunity with artificial intelligence do something with the design. What I'm leading to, generalizing, the world will change, and I think for the better. And if we take the position, oh, go backwards to the original stage, no. There was another hand over there. Thank you for interesting presentation. My question is, what do you mean that user, good user of artificial? I think everyone who tried experienced user means experience, or you mean something else? The user who is used just something during the interview, like 5 cases, you fail to find something. It's not a silver bullet. This is not a magic. This is something which can be used, but it's limited in use. And the good user knows where to find or how to find the bypasses. For example, there's a thing which is called the hallucinations of that inventing something which did not exist. And there are a few cases like this. If, for example, if you don't dive down the legislation one of the states in the US, there'll be too few fake stories. But how to avoid, there's some double check, try to explain how it came to this conclusion, so that artificial intelligence can should prove that this is true, or admit that there was a mistake. So, like, how to work with fakes. So just to rely on GPT chat, it's not okay. And probably for the fundamental artificial intelligence does not operate with facts. It doesn't know what's true or what's false, and they don't know the consequences. For an individual, it's obvious that wet streets and cloudy sky means that there was raining. For artificial intelligence, wet streets, it should be rain in the future, or wet streets, no sunny weather. So the links might be kind of not obvious. Sometimes people do it, but so artificial intelligence is still young. I can learn. Any other question? No? Thank you. I encourage you to try. The time we live is very interesting, even under surveillance. Thank you. Thank you.
Шановні учасники, ще раз
Dear participants, good afternoon. We can see near the work of a lecture hall. And before we start this panel, I would like to make a short flashback to tell that we are in a really very interesting but hard times. In every sector is developing in innovative way, but to my own mind, I think that the innovations in medicine, this is really one of the things that is most important, and that's why we opened the panel on innovative solutions in medicine. And we will have very interesting panelists. Let me introduce, first of all, offline, we have Konstantin Vansevich, a PhD in technical sciences and computer integrated technologies in Kyiv Polytechnical Institute. Irina Reznichenko, Director of Ukrtech Med Innovation, and Yulia Karelova, the manager of the Ukrtech Med Innovation Company. Offline, we will have online Suri. We will have Valery Stokrut, the PhD in medicine, the head of the rehab and sports medicine, chair of Donetsk National Medical University, and Igor Beletsky, deputy director of Kharkiv National University, named after Beketov, and Alexander Pechenkin, the PhD of Automatization and Computer Technologies Department of Kharkiv National University. Dear panelists, let us start our discussion, and first to be given the floor will be Konstantin Vansevich, the PhD in Technical Sciences, who will dwell on a very interesting topic, like bionic prosthesis. The floor is yours. My name is Konstantin. Thank you. I will talk about the prosthetics, and let me show you a video. I think everyone, well, I will show in video what is the bionic prosthetics.
Cyborgs. You know, we've been reading about this in our science fiction for years.
Такий коротенький екскурс, але насправді на даному слайді представлено саме біонічний протез.
Yes, this is very interesting. This is bionic prosthesis for the upper and lower arms, but this is not let's say what we can do. So let me tell you more in details, and I would give the links within my presentation in case someone is interested. So one of the areas that we work is a bionic prosthesis of eyes. Several inventions have been licensed. This is like a 3D technology on creating the bionic eyes that allow the users to recover their lost sight. And this technology allows to create the matrix in real time, and such technology allows the users to recreate the image, the vision that was lost due to some trauma. But not only the eyes can be prosthetized, but for this bionic nose that was created by Massachusetts University, and very interesting solution where the orders can be sent through the specific special bionic glasses with the sensors. The sensors can produce the orders of some gases, and then the sensor transmits the data to the brain of the patient, and the electrodes transmit the orders with the diapason, a whole range of the signals as the signals of the orders from the real life. So our brain is working, or processing the bionic signals from the centers, and so we can recreate the real image, the image of the real gazes in the brain, and being recreated like really some specific aura, like the orange water, so on. But the most developed sector for bionic prosthesis is the limbs prosthetics. It has a solvent classification, and globally, the bionic prosthesis split into the upper and lower limbs, taking into consideration its specifics. Not all the prostheses are bionic. Let's talk about what namely bionic means. Well, to translate into the regular language, this is a prosthesis not only imitating the limb, but recreating its functionality, at least in a partial way. So we can categorize the prosthesis in the upper and lower limbs prosthesis, and they have all their own specifics. By the hierarchy, this kind of most complex system that has some standardized modules to be developed when one or another samples are created. This is a diagram showing you the blocks that are used to create the prosthesis. We will see on the next slides how it looks like step by step. Well, such a simple diagram can show you why such prostheses are so complex and so expensive. Every prosthesis recreating the functions of the upper or lower limb includes or contains the sets of the sensors to recreate the functionality. The more centers, the more expensive is the prosthesis, and more signal can the prosthesis process. And it should be used in a standardized way. The standardized equipment that is also expensive. But the most complex functionality blocks that really form the upper value, this is the control block, control unit, using the machine learning block or module to process all the signals, like the artificial intelligence module. And namely, this module receives the signal, identifies the signal, and sends to the executive mechanisms of the limb prosthesis. In case this is the lower limb, so it should be moving on some trajectory, and same when it is the upper limb. So the artificial hand should manage even the slightest touches or grabbing or handling, and everything is processed by the control unit, control module, and this module is present in every single bionic prosthesis. Let me show the up-to-date world samples of the limbs. When talking about the lower limbs, you see the basic construction, and they differ by the place of the location. In principle, the prosthesis can be adapted to the people, to the person trauma outcomes when the limb was amputated, in particular, where is the cut in where it is the stump. This is under the knee, on the level of the knee, or over the knee, but it should be foot specific standard prosthesis, like you see, but the bionic prosthesis is really looking like this by the simple prosthesis, but at the end such prostheses have the electronic components identifying and recognizes the signals that I mentioned before. So in how it works, you can see on the video. This is the biome development showing really the best outcome of the developed prosthesis.
As you see, that type of bionic process, it's not just assisting the movement, but creates a certain support during the movement, but allows to and online measure the different points operate the track for a smooth movement. In case of arms, there's a certain hierarchy and certain complexity. So science, it's considered that bionic development of arm is more complicated than for a leg, because the human arm has a set of delicate moves which are not typical for a leg, and these developments are very expensive and complicated. There should be a system of sensors which are too many signals, and also there should be a construction which would follow this. So there are 4 types of the bionic limbs. The companies which for some time are developing those Touch Bionics, Usur, Autobock, and some other options. You'll see them later. The specifics of the process, they all can replicate a set of movements and have the construction 8, 12, or 15 moves, depending on the design. Has some freedom of movement and different costs associated. What are the pluses and minuses? So there's a bonus that number of the developments worldwide is increasing over the past year. The startups and the companies which are doing the robotized increased twice. And at the end of the presentation, you see cases from Ukrainian companies, which are in the pool of the lead companies from the technology perspective. But the cost is still high. For the initial cost varies from $8,000 up to millions. So the system is very complicated, but the cost is by the impact, the size, and the set of functions. For example, on this slide, you can see one of the most expensive procedures, which DARPA project from the U.S. defense community, and the cost of the procedure varies from $120 million. This is a very advanced technology. You see that the procedure for a very complicated case when the limbs were lost, not up to the, but with the shoulders, which is the most complicated case. To read the signals, the sensors were put on the chest and adjusted for the procedures, and the construction itself on the fingers has special sensors for the feedback. What that means, this system allows to feel something during the touches, so some censorship covered, and it's not just to hold the things, but with real close to real feelings. So see, the price is high. On this slide, you can see a simpler procedures which stipulates lower, and the cost is about $20,000 US. Each company has its own price list, depends on several drivers, but an average is in that range. Why I refer to the numbers? For Ukraine now, it's a very urgent issue. It really showed up in the agenda in 2014. So with the beginning of the war, situation became really serious. Now the needs of Ukrainian procedure are not covered because the cost is expensive and the procedure happens outside of Ukraine. From the pluses, in Ukraine there's a cluster developments which they do license processing avionics and others. So there are several clusters. Probably from the most modern, there's a cluster in Lviv. Ethiopia is not the processing, but recovery also in Kharkiv, Poltava, and in Kropyvnytsky and some other cities. It should be mentioned that when we speak about the bionic process of arms, hands, then there's some fingers are missing. So the difficulty here that all the components, something from the engine, from the power sources, which are different sensors, the space is limited, so for the patient to move and at the same time did not carry the battery with all the electronics. Develop such thing is more difficult, but in Ukraine becomes popular as a bionics with the headquarters in the US, I think in New York, and they got funding and developed their first options of the extra hand prosthesis. In Ukraine, we have 6 prostheses, and since the developers Ukraine provide prostheses by self-cost, the installation done by so to Ukrainian developments, we have another video to demo that. So this now I would like to pass the microphone to my colleagues, but before that, bionic prosthesis allows not just to imitate the limbs, but allows to restore the functions. The need is huge and the cost is high. What can be the solutions? So we should acknowledge that the procedures, especially for the combatants, are guaranteed by the state. But you see, the number is limited. There is a line for that. You should go through a set of respectful institution bodies and collect them. But there's a chance to get the procedure. But the more clusters we have, the more own Ukrainian inventions, that would be the better. And the specific, if the procedure says outside Ukraine, it should be maintained, the diagnostics also. Or under the license in Ukraine. The more Ukraine has its own invention and the installation happen locally, that would be better. We also work at the Polytechnical Institute and have my own development. I hope that the next year I would be able to present my own invention. Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Dear panels, reminder of timing. Let's stick to that. And microphone goes to Inna Riznichenko. Her presentation would be a joint one with Yulia Karelova, Synthesis of Tradition and Innovative Technologies. Hello. We represent the group companies in Kurtekmet and Kurtekmet Innovations. These are the group of companies, the producers and developers. The companies, the Ukraine market for more than 28 years. We produce medical devices for surgery, threads, nets, different SaaS, and our new development, hydrogel bandage. What's unique about that? The developments of our Lviv specialists, Lviv Polytechnic University, and the developments of our we have a demo that there's a dry matrix, which a couple of seconds would become a hydrogel bandage. As we speak, the bandage is used mostly for the military medicine. The first aid set has something similar inside. Well, there's an interim stage. It absorbs the liquid. Our bandage can. So I'm nervous. I'd like to pass the microphone to my colleagues. So the advantage of our bandage is that the air goes through it, keeps the temperature, and has the net inside and transparent. It's very convenient. You can observe the cut through it, and the bandage may be filled in with different components, like pain relief components, different herb, different solutions, cosmetic, and oil. The bandage can absorb whatever comes from the wound and increase 3 times and extend the medicines which are part of the bandage. The advantage is It's hydrogel, up to 85% of water. It's so strong because it has a built-in net. The air can go through and is flexible. It does not stick to the wound, and it's pain relief because of the humidity, and promotes cleaning of the wound. It cleans basically the wound. Just a sec. It's difficult to operate with this clicker. Let's continue. We produce mass production with different medicine, Novocaine, lidocaine. This is pain relief substances. Methyl demoxid, and the Ukrainian clay, and this which stop bleeding. So this is the list of the recommendations for the use. The complicated wounds after surgery, cuts, light wounds, light bleeding, and with poisons. The packaging, the 3 types of packages. Well, this is for this set of first aid, bright boxes. And for the hospitals, those which are used at the medical institutions. Sometimes people do buy those to be used at home. And what's important was for the military. They are good packaging with the instruction. The combatant can read in advance how it can be applied, and that's easy to open. And it can easily fit into the box because that was developed following the recommendations from the volunteers. And the mask was developed if there were any heat damages. These are our contacts. We are the producers. We are located in the city of Kyiv, Borshagivka district, and we have some cooperation with Polytechnical University. And in addition to the medical devices development, the company goes for comprehensive rehabilitation programs or interesting exercises, rehabilitation with the help of clay, and we also do rehabilitation for different specialists. We use it for the rehabilitation exercise for the volunteers, paramedicians, and we also offer the painting exercises as a rehabilitation exercise. So hydrogel bandage now is ready. It's easy to apply. Just apply to the wound and fix with different fixator. So we are done with our presentation. This is all we wanted to share with you.
Thank you, Yulia. Thank you, Ina. your product is really on the top of the agendas, judging the times we are running now. And now we switch to online speaker. First will be Valery Sokrut. Valery, are you here? Yes, we see you. And Valery will present the up-to-date methods of spondylopathy cure. And the war requires new evidence-based methods of rehabilitation. We got new type of trauma, less explosive traumas, but the let's say legacy traumas are still on the agenda, and they take over 25%, like spondyloarthrosis. Namely, they produce the pains. It's up to 25% of the patients, and every fourth of them is the military soldier, and this trauma can be like after trauma, traumatized damages of the spine, and also they may be inborn. And so when we talk about the chronic pain, so is localized pain that is really hard to cure with a whole set of therapies. In these moments of the chronic pain attacks, they are produced by during the trauma, stretching, and due to the degenerative some ruins, metabolic changes, inflammation, or some specific metabolic changes. So this is the ability of the receptors to adaptation, and different receptors need different methods for the adaptation. And this is not for of the explosive trauma, but also the trauma, other types of trauma, I mean, that produce chronic conditions, and they need specific types of rehabilitation, including the newest methods of therapy, including the methods with a special effect on the mechanism of the damage. And so we have here the balance of pain syndrome, causes, and nociceptive effect should be included. So this nociceptive, the myofascial pain syndrome, this pneumatogenic development of the pain through the reflex or reflective that's it. I mean, reflectory induced pain through the failure of liver or the pancreas and other organs, and they are linked with the degenerative dystrophic damage of the vertebra and subchondrionic states. So we have to identify what is the condition of the discs, and then the methods of rehabilitation will depend on this clinic or X-ray findings. It's very important that the processes of, the herniated disc also depends on the refractory syndromes, and depending on the damage, like the root syndrome with the topic pain on the nerve branch with the vegetative dysfunctions. In order to eliminate this pain syndrome, we have to create a specific rehabilitation program. And this rehabilitation program includes the methods of motivation therapy, eliminating edema, restoring the biomechanic, and to create the full course of rehabilitation diagnosis. In order to eliminate the pain syndrome, we use usually, most of them, the pulse therapy, electric stimulation with low intensivity laser therapy, selective chromotherapy, and the stretching of the spine, the wave therapy, and RF therapy. In rehabilitation also includes the water and food, the diet and water regime, position therapy, kinesiotherapy, physiotherapy, and other forms of rehabilitation. Due to the rehabilitation of the military men usually is of complex character, so there should be the method developed specific to complex methods of treatment, including magnetotherapy, correction of the psycho, or mental health. Why? Because we have a big percentage of PTSD in the military men, lymph drainage therapy with upper or lower limbs, and spine stretching as the main therapy. Magnetotherapy is fulfilled using the portable methods like eliminating edema. Then we correct the mental health status depending on psychological conditions of the patient. For the military men, this is important, very important, since most of them have PTSD. Then lymph drainage to improve the lymph circulation and venous stasis, and also preventing the stagnation or lymph stasis or blood stasis of the limbs, lower limbs in particular. The baric compression allowed us to provide the complex effects of the the limbs, and then we switch to the main procedure, this spine stretching that allows not only to eliminate the root syndrome, but also work with the papilla components in other so the methods are computerized and complex with comprising the tests on the stretching effect, other methods that allowed us the differentiated approach to the stretching method. The complex methods of rehabilitation showed good outcomes, and there are indications and contraindications, but everything is shown in the movie that I'll be launching in the video, and this method should be taken for the broad usage, not only for some specific rehabilitation centers, but also for the rehabilitation cabinets. Thank you, Valerie. Very interesting presentation that you showed us. And I've seen that there are people in the audience showing the interest. Thank you. And now please give your applauses, and we continue. Now we have Igor Biletsky showing us the non-invasive SIPA Ventura lungs ventilation. Do you hear us? Yes. Do you see my presentation? Just a moment. Yes, we see your presentation. Please, we can start. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Igor Biletsky. I'm very happy to welcome you on a very powerful event. And I would like you to present the project of Kyiv National University of the non-invasive ventilation, lungs ventilation, SIPA Ventura. At the very beginning of 2020, we decided to create the artificial ventilation device. And when we started all the existing methods, we made a conclusion. We made such a conclusion. Sorry, I have to switch the slides. At the very beginning of COVID-19, when we started the cases, up to 80% of the cases for the ventilation needs, SIPA provides every, let's say, needs. And so that's providing the really needed mixture of the CO2 and O2. So the CPAP device can be used on different time settings, like long-term as well as short-term, depending on the patient condition. We have to specify here the needs in invasive therapy, but their usage is rather shortened. Well, first of all, the IV machines, they're rather limited. Namely invasive forms, they're rather limited. And so we decided to create the CPAP device to be used in the field conditions at the emergency cases. When we started to study the international experience, we noticed that London College developed the same machine or device fully in line with our requirements. So we established a good relationship with the London College, and after our cooperation, we received the license to produce a CPAP Ventura device using the experience that we accumulated in metal parts processing. So we use the high-tech methodology, and we developed the full cycle of manufacture namely for this device. We selected the raw materials, we developed the logistics, we created the drawings for every detail, and we did the first pilot device. So this pilot device lot was tested on all the condition requirements in Gramashevsky Institute of Epidemiology and Infectious Diseases. Now we're talking about the diseases with the shortage of respiratory function and the pneumothorax or like the lungs failure and so on. So the mask transmits the mixture of the air up to 96% and delivers up to 100 meters in minutes, namely can be applied if in the emergency medicine, not necessitating any central power supply. So this the similar device was developed by Kyiv Institute that was used for the first aid teams and paramedic teams, and such devices that can be used the same way like ours. We don't find them in Ukraine. I mean the similar ones. So, and our project team, I mean, in order to get the certification and all the documents, unfortunately, failed in receiving all the documentations. Well, there are some objective factors preventing us to do this. We can discuss those aspects with our possible partners. And now I would like to voice the set of issues that we can resolve with our partners.
Getting the license to launch the production. Next, the full-scale certification at the Ministry of Healthcare and public procurement to cover the existing needs, access to the oxygen, the hospital supply, and different locations. Economic indicators, which you see them on this slide, the capacity of our partners, our university, we can up to 1,000 pieces within 3 months, and the cost would be 1,500 per set, and there might be differences depending on the module. The oxygen lines in the hospital or in the field. We are ready for cooperation in different options, from advisory service up to the establishment of joint enterprise to implement their project. Just this is the team of the project, who we are, and our contacts. If they're interesting partners, you are welcome to approach us. Let's find a joint solution for the problem. Thank you, Igor. Thank you, Igor. Very interesting presentation. And we move on, and we have one more online presenter, Pecheny. Telemedic system, health is close by. Sander, thank you for staying with us all the time. And finally, the microphone is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. Unfortunately, we have an Sander is with the military now. This is one of the challenges for the development of the project, because some of the lead specialists are defending Ukraine, part of the armed forces, but we can ensure the implementation of the project, and soon we'll get our combatants back. So now Sergei Pankovsky, the member of the team of the project. I'm in charge of the research activities, and I'm the director of the institute. Kyiv University from the city of Kharkiv. So first of all, I would like to mention that what was the reason we started to look into this? There was a group of researchers. The researcher was engaged for their project or some period of time, or many years, I would say, in the development and production of the diagnostic equipment. And during the big-scale production, we developed the devices for diagnostic. More than 1,000 clinics in Ukraine and worldwide got our diagnostic equipment, and this is for cardioencephalographs, halters, halter monitors, and the specific devices which allow to go for the diagnostics over the rheographs, spirographs. And actually, this is the full spectrum of the equipment which should be in ambulance service, what is offered by the regulation from the Ministry of Healthcare. All the equipment is certified, and there's a software to go with it to ensure the operation. So we had some background, and having the production side, we realized that how to move on, how to develop further, and so the remote medical observation, that was an interesting issue which we decided to look into using the different software application, and on one hand, and highly experienced professionals who can provide an advice to someone in a remote area. For that reason, what is proposed? First of all, we are, and again, we're using tele-equipment, which is produced. This is a mass-scale production, and partially to we're going to procure some additional equipment, which does not make sense to produce by ourselves. So there's a lot of cheaper equipment available in the market. But also we have developed the platform for to process medical data, and it should be acknowledged that even till recently, qualified processing of the radiograms has some challenges, even in big cities of Ukraine. And if we consider financial component, having the what is covered but not covered by the medical insurance, so the cost to decipher medical cardiograms, deciphering the script may take 200 to even 300 US dollars. So we engaged the specialists, and there some scientific interest was in processing different signals, and those were the experts from space industry. So we will that's to some extent processing of medical science we should transfer to computers and machine learning with the elements of artificial intelligence. And that format, the work to some extent is simplified, and for our estimates we can make it cheaper. The sets which allow the collection of the diagnostic data, we can transfer the functions for the processing to the server, and that would allow to simplify the initial the set of the equipment at the initial stage, and it would be the rural areas, and some patients can afford, and respectfully the structure how it should work at rural area. And you can see that from the slide. Of course, the system which we have developed, it allows the remote advisory service engaging our experts, highly qualified doctors who may, through the system, internet, directly the advisory services to the patients on a big distance, but online. So the equipment which Ukraine has, that now it's used for by the military for the community, but it can be used very efficiently for the purposes of telemedicine. I mean Starlink, which supports broadband internet support, and the opportunity to use individual customers what is called to exclude the deviations from improper use the devices by the consumers. And point is that the whole set of devices we produce and we can supply our market. The market. We assessed roughly, we think of 12,000 points in the rural area, 5,000 full telemedical sets. I mean, this system with broader functions than the individual one, about 25,000-30,000 individuals. This is what we are ready to provide. our opportunities compared to the existing solutions. The main idea we have to promote the transfer processing to the services and getting quality outcomes thanks to the use of the advanced processing technologies, including artificial intelligence. The financial indicators, if someone is interested, the self-cost of the production, full sets. We're talking about the full sets production, 500, and individual set to 3,000. Something similar to online services like mobile so a person may have a tariff package and do ongoing monitoring of the health per some information for the investors. Our own investments, $2 million US. It's not just the development of the devices, but the certification, production, but the developments related to small procedures, including the application. Now we need some assistance to organize production of the sets and to develop the network for the subscribers, for the users, and the network for the subscription. We think a business plan 3 to 5 years. I think in the future that would be very, very important, considering the fact that similar sets, similar complex can be used not only in Ukraine but worldwide. This is the team of the project. We have Alexander Pechenin, whose name was mentioned. This is our team and the contacts for those who would like to have us as partners. Thank you for attention. Ready to take your questions, if any. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you. We see that your colleague Igor Biletsky was on the list of our panelists. Dear participants, let's give a round of applause to all of our speakers. Thank you for your presentation, for the information you presented to our participants. So we plan to continue here in this room in 2-3 minutes break. Would like to give a round of applause to our panelists. 2-3 minutes break and we're ready to proceed.
Шановні глядачі, ми продовжуємо роботу.
Dear participants, we proceed. Now we have the next presentation, the international internet platform for Ukrainian producer, how to start sales of your goods overseas. And we have the presenter, Yulia Pavlenka, Director of the Department of International Cooperation, Ukraine Post Office, and she's the initiator of the Export School. Yulia, you're on. Hello, everyone. Come closer, come closer. The first point when I entered this room, the big room, I saw lots of producers. Actually, East-Expo was at the very first opening in Severodonetsk. It was great event. I'm still impressed. Hope next time we'll somewhere in the east of Ukraine in the resort location. So I make lots of presentations, different samples that the Ukrainian producer anywhere. And I am from a Zhytomyr region, very small village, and I want that the number of entrepreneurs be more and more worldwide. Those who are here today do understand that probably you would not become exporters tomorrow, but this small presentation will change your attitude how the trade is built in Ukraine. And it doesn't matter where you live in Ukraine, make sales to Australia, other countries. The presentation is concise. You can get a copy, but the idea is to create the conditions for your sales outside. It's important number, 1 billion people worldwide can buy your goods. There's an experience of 1 billion to buy from other countries. So you go and bridge to a marketplace and anyone can buy your goods. There's a lot of number of people with the internet penetration is high, 100%, and these countries are very popular. They have a big demand. Mostly is a English-speaking country, Ireland, United States, the United Kingdom. So you sell there. In principle, we have everything you need in Ukraine to start sell. This is why you can sell everything. Yesterday I made a different presentation. We looked to the different goods, bandage, napkins, wedding decoration. Only one secret: where to find the information to analyze the niche. We have to understand which platform you should go to, how to sell, and what should be needed. So yesterday was an interesting case with dairy product. A lot of producers do that. It's very difficult to compete. Food industry, but Ukrainian producer did a very cool position. They say, I have a delivery path for the vegetarian. They found a niche, and this was kind of a concept development. They came to Amazon and sells there, and actually a lot of goods can be sold. There's 3 basic models to sell. Your own sales channel, Instagram, Facebook.
And today I will show you where you can get free of charge, this sites free of charge. This is a Ukrainian provider. In this case, you you submit your product for sale. You connect the module for delivery. And in case you don't have enough financing in order to bring the bigger number of clients, so you can start from the marketplace. This is a platform where the millions of people are connected and they may see your products in. I will show you how to deal the way like your product, but not the product of your competitor, should be chosen. So you don't pay for investments or in logistics, or you can, for example, your product is in Lviv and the client is in Australia. Well, you bring the parcel with the order to the carrier company, and so you can send your products this way, and the money already will be, I mean, the for payment for a product will be stay on the reserve. And in case you work with US, so and the so this is another level. I mean, when you work with US, since you know, it's really we can use the air carriers when you have to deliver to US. And in case you can use the ETSI, and the ETSI has like over 700 millions altogether, and 55,000 of Ukrainian shops are registered, and 28,000 of the Ukrainian shops already did their sales in just first quarter of this year. And eBay also, in order to support Ukrainian producers during the war, they launched the support program. I will show the QR code which you can use, and then you'll get, in case you can get the savings over $1,000 for your products. I mean, to promote your products. In case you have limited collections, you can also use eBay. The only thing that you can you will pay the commission, but only at the moment of sale. And so the most popular is Etsy eBay for Ukrainians. And so in case you have the QR codes, so every slide of mine will show the QR code, so you can read this QR code, and you will connect to the page with the programs of support, where it is shown how to connect and how to use it. Well, the eBay also, even the Ukrposhta, I mean Ukrainian mail, also is selling their products. So, and then you can do it. And for example, so, for example, I can give you the example from Lugansk. One guy who fled from the occupied territory, and he's got diseased, and he has his family to earn the life. And so the name of the guy is Andrei. So he started to think what to do, how to earn the life, and also to support the family. Now, he started to work with antiques, and well, he has the experience already, and so he started his own business through eBay. Well, from one side, he finds the people who want to sell their own things, and from the other side, he can find the clients for the sales and for these products. So and now I can present you the Wishcom. So again, this is also a marketplace that can adapt to the client behavior. In case when you enter the website will suggest you some cheap products, but by and by you will find the better product. Etsy is the most popular among Ukrainian. So, but now Etsy opened the program for Ukrainian, namely, in case this is your personal outfit, I mean the handmade things, so you have to find a partner who already establishes their own shop, I mean the internet shop. And there are people who have been registered, created their own shops, but now they change the plans and then they sell their shops. So you can buy such a shop, or you can find a partner with whom you can promote your products. And again, step-by-step instruction. Why it is interesting, I mean, this electronic commerce, you can stay in any single point of Ukraine, but you can get the analytics on the markets, like the platform can provide you the statistics on selling such or such product. For example, the candles, and you will see what the average check, who is selling, who has sold these products, and so you can do your own analysis to get some test period, and then you can get subscribed, and then you can see whether or not your product that you produce in Ukraine can be sold in US. So in case you have some cool product, same as your competitor, but the lower production value, and you can be involved in export, so you can find a market where you can develop. Amazon. So, all right, this is rather for the already advanced users. Now let's look at the Pioneer. So first you have to place your product on some marketplace. Then you have to think how you'll get your money, I mean the payment, and how to send your product to the client. So the Pioneer is an international American company who has created such a platform, and to the purpose, is to connect the clients all over the world through the platforms Amazon, eBay, Walmart, and so on. They are developing the integration with Etsy right now. There are lots of people in Ukrainian who use Pioneer. They have their own office. They help to connect the Ukrainian manufacturers, and they provide the services not only to the manufacturers, but also to all the outsourcers who serve the American or any other companies. This is really a powerful platform. It's fully in line with Ukrainian legislation, and you can transfer the money to the private bank accounts or any account, and so you can find, for example, the people who sell the products. And so how to start? First, you have to reach the website. Then you have to submit your documents in a very good form. In 24 hours, you get the confirmation of your registration. Now you can open an account in a specific currency. For example, you place your bank details in US, and for example, for us, we received the opportunity to open our shop in US, and in fact we received the electronic bank account abroad in order to be able to sell the products, to get the payments on this bank account, and then to transfer them to the Ukrainian bank account. Well, it's nothing difficult, just do it step by step. In case you have any questions by any company, really well attending our events, and they tell everyone how to work. So using this QR code, you can get the detailed instruction how to open your own account and so on and so forth. Now, some short FAQ. So, for example, we have a product. Our client is in Australia. We have to understand how to deliver this product. For example, how Ukrposhta does, Ukrainian mail. So to be not afraid with customs or some custom clearance. We have a B2B and B2C expert. B2B, this is business to business. So, for example, you ship it in some carriage, and you brought it abroad, but you have to open the million of documents. In case this is B2C, you can just say that this is absolutely different scheme. In case C, the client or customer buys, for example, somewhere in US, some product that will be not resold, and the customer says, okay, you can buy any items you want, and so for you will be green corridor, and will not ask any certifications, just for some specific products, and we provide you the conditions that, well, since in Ukraine you pay custom duties 150 euro, but same custom duties like $800 they pay in US. So how this parcel will travel? So the parcel passes Ukrainian customs. Customs say, okay, we release it, but they will ask you the additional documents in case this is some jewelry with the pressure stones, seeds, or food products that's not be exceeding like 10 packages in one lot, and not requiring any temperature, specific temperature conditions. In case, for example, this black pepper, okay, if it is not, then that is carried to the European airports, 12 airports all over the Europe. It's up to like 20 carriages which bring those products from Ukraine to European airports, and then they reship it to the aircrafts. And then every country has its own post, like Royal Mail in Britain. They all created their mail association. That they will have a long story, and recently they will be celebrating 150 years. What I would like to say, there are some specific rules for exporting, and again, why the post-export is better, in particular for the small manufacturer. Why? Because this brilliant association agreed with the customs not to torture small manufacturers, but leave them easily to send their products to the customers. And all the 760 outlets, they are connected to the same network. And from Mykolaiv or Ivano-Frankivsk, you can send the parcel that will be brought to Australia or even in Pacific Islands. For example, one manufacturer from Lviv, they produce small boxes for their wedding rings, and they send them to every single continent, or not, but not in Antarctic, sure. So how this is how it works. And on our website, we sincerely describing how the delivery is fulfilled, but well, for you to understand from this page that it takes around 2 weeks to sell to Europe, and for 2 to 3 weeks is to send to US. Before the war, we we loaded 2 aircrafts every single day, and now we do the same, but through European airports. So you are the interpreter. You don't have to lose time in issuing lots of documents. That's why we developed the different types of the integration for every customer. The main is the personal cabinet.
User-friendly, very simple registration. You can do different. The next mob application with an export opportunity. I recommend you, if you send the parcel to your friends while waiting at the Ukrposhta office, yeah, there are lots of work going on. You download the mobile application, get your additional discount. So whatever you do online, Ukrposhta provides lots of discount, because we need to transfer your data about you to we share the customer to process. For that, we need to get it. If you gave it personally, so you did a great job. You don't do errors. You don't create additional lines for us, and you get the bonuses, and everything will fly smoothly and fast. Very popular chatbot mobile applications for big customers. So if you're a big super customer, you can get access to our system. You get an access code from UA, got our kids and all the sellers from Kharkiv worldwide. If someone bought them, they immediately 2 clicks to do the documents. So courier delivery, customs. What I want to say, on this site, there's a link. People want to make sure that this is an export within the Ukrainian legislation. For smart people, we developed a methodological guidelines, like what should be done, the code, the retail, and internet. It doesn't matter what kind of producer, but when you sell, obviously, you should put a code in retail sales and internet. Folio mail up to 150 50 euros and forget about the customs. But if you're an individual entrepreneur and win one box, you have goods for more than 150, the customers ask for the declaration. 98% of our sales are within this threshold because people usually within their needs buy a small number, not very expensive, but if you to a dress, a wedding dress for $3,000, definitely you'll have to create a declaration, custom declaration. For individuals, small exporters start to work as individual. You're not mature yet. You may use this right, which is stipulated by the custom code, 10,000 euros threshold. You can sell everything within the threshold, 10,000 euro, and you would not be required additional documents. 2 clicks in the mobile application, create a declaration and come to any post office. There are some cases, something with the stones, icons, pictures, and knives. This is something which is careful with the guy. For knives, they insist on. We have a Kharkiv knife producer. So they sold 15,000 orders. They do the swords, and those swords bought worldwide. But they got the certificate that is not munition, it is a souvenir. Seeds. Seeds is difficult to sell. Phytosanitary control and all that. Everybody is afraid. So who sells seeds, this is so 10 kilos. If you sell snacks, tea, coffee, or jams, honey, 50%, about half of the countries prohibit delivery of honey by mail. But you can check it from the whatever is prohibited, what is not prohibited. Just check your goods, whether they are on the prohibition list. 2 clicks to process the documents. This is how it looks like in your office. This is the declaration for small parcels, and for the big. It's not the rocket science. You can print it in your office or in our office. Just advise how to do that. Ukrainian customs started to get the code. So this is something you can get easily. On in a small package or up to 30 kilograms. So with even Ukr Post made a deal with the US parcel. So we got to the deal, but we managed to negotiate the tariffs. So we spent lots of that with all the international partners. The deal must provide more support for the for Ukraine, and now we introduce a 70% discount to Poland, Germany, the Baltics, Czech Republic is in the popular countries, including the Canada and the US. Automated discount. It's a part of the office. No one goes anywhere. No need to send a. So if you have an agreement, yeah, we can make soft copy for you. So this is all these certificates. if you need a contract. But if you are an entrepreneur and you want to pay by card online or cash at the post office, the discounts is automatic. This discount system is updated monthly. This is how it looks like. For every hryvnia spent, you'd get additional one. What else? Ukrainians impressed the world that they worked during the war, and Ukrainian post office impressed our partners. We accepted to all the exporters come to us. We need to mail something. We need to deliver something, and we got lots of awards because if something happens outside of Ukraine, they close. But we deliver, we keep working, and we do a lot for export. We want Ukrainian entrepreneurs be more. And I'm making the presentations in front of different audience. You should not be afraid. So the case, 28,000 people, so we're trading with Ukrainian good and export. 12,000 we're trading with Ukraine. They're doing huge turnover. For someone, thousands of parcels per month. For someone, 5 parcels enough. But with 5 parcels per month is our exporter. Maybe you'll have thousands tomorrow. It's important to start. It's how to start, where to start. You have questions, just visit the site. We have the expert materials our peer. So they made a separate site. They made a separate site for us. Additional materials, support materials, the currency control, customs control. We are friends with other partners. We appreciate East-Expo for the invitation. On YouTube, we're gonna post. We have lots of webinars on Tuesday. June, July, we'll do that on Tuesday. How to be successful on eBay, how to tune marketing, and we have different subject presentation. My time is almost over. I think I managed to fit into my slot. I think of questions. I'm here, either here or the coffee section. Ukrainians are really cool, and we spend a lot of time to tell the back, telling that someone was mispresenting our history. But now we have the opportunity to confirm that we're cool. I know that we have good diplomats who visit different events, and they do their job. But entrepreneurs like you, who sell Amazon, also are diplomats. When an American buys your goods and bring it home, this is a cultural diplomacy, and I want this cultural diplomacy be more. Wish all of us have a good day. Thank you, Yulia, for a very interesting. Dear participants, we proceed in 2 minutes, and there'll be presentation for the program Support for Business. Please stay with us. We'll restart in 2 minutes. Dear participants, we continue our work at the lectorium meeting hall. And as 2 minutes ago, that means that we'll have a presentation program for support business. We on the stage, we have our speakers, and let's welcome Hanna Bucher, the lead analyst from Tatiana Zagolnikov from World Food Program, Alena Safala, Natalia Malutina, UNFPA, the expert, Olga Vergeles, Restoration of Business, the USA Project, Economic Support for Ukraine, and Olga Logvin, Economic the Recurrent Peace Building Program. And we pass the microphone to Olana Safara, National Coordinator from FAO Project. Hello. My name is Elena Fafaro. With my colleagues, we represent FAO. This is a Food and Agriculture Program. We cooperate with UNDP from 2018 to develop agribusiness in Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson region. During our operations, we were focused on several issues, providing support to cattle production, grain, and vegetables and fruit. Main focus to keep to have the system which would allow agriculture develop after we finish our programs. A lot of attention with lab development, the advisory services reaching the international standards. After the change of needs, we referred the funds which were focused on the development of business to humanitarian response. The second year, we say that we managed to provide support to more than 150,000 households. Our efforts within the framework on the Peace Development Program, our most reliable partners and our advisors from Donetsk region were the main force. FAO is dealing with several issues to assess the consequences which the war brought to egg producers, and one of the assessments we'd like to share with you today. So I pass the microphone to my colleague. Thank you. Thank you. I take our presentation is on. Hello everyone. The key findings of this impact of the war in agricultural production with land bank up to 150 hectares. Currently, FAO developed the list of indicators, and we started to do the assessment from the beginning of full scale, and we continue this year. Our task is to provide comprehensive assessment of the war impact on the agricultural productions, the household, how the war impact not the enterprises like with different land banks, but on the household themselves. And we did 2 additional assessments: sectorial, the losses in agriculture, on aquaculture and fishery, and forestry. And on the assessment which we're going to discuss today, the assessment, the impact of the war on agricultural production with the land bank up to 250 hectares. The assessment is a part of this series of complementary assessments, the main goal of which is to demonstrate comprehensive impact on the agricultural sector of Ukraine, the result of the war. This presentation, the impact on the agriculture, how the production change of the main agricultural how the production costs change, the revenues from sales, so on, and
how the war impacted on the manufacturer chains, value-added chains, and how the access to the market changed. So we managed to survey around 200,000 of the agricultural enterprises in 23 oblasts of Ukraine, excluding occupied oblasts like Lugansk and Donetsk. We split them into the 3 areas like western, central, and close to the front line. As you see, mainly the enterprises are involved in the cereals production, and there are those who work in animals growing and mixed forms. So how the war impacted the agricultural production and the producers themselves. Let's first look at the changes in the cereal culture comparing to 2021. As you see on the national level, 9% of producers shortened the grain in oil cultures area, growing namely in major parts in the areas close to the front line, and this is quite understandable. And you see here the sharp increase in actual manufacture cost, and namely 93% reported about them. When we talk about the significant increase, it's like increase over 25%, and namely those who work in animal production also reported. So, and the 90% of surveyed enterprises who work in cereal culture, they reported about the cuts in incomes, and over 25% reported about over 25% decrease. And this tendency is the same almost all over. The map shows the distribution of the enterprises, reporting about over 25% decrease and less. Let's talk about the agricultural enterprises who claimed about the contamination with mines and explosive objects. So as you see, really the big percentage reported about it. So this is 32%. The most tragical situation in the close to frontline oblasts were namely the percentage of 32 This is namely the figures from Donetsk, Chernigiv, and Sumy Oblast, and Zaporizhia. To next, the war impacted operational solutions of the agriculture enterprises, and 40% of the agricultural businesses reported about the changes in their business solutions, namely, which greatly differ from the pre-war time, namely the usage of seeds, pesticides, and so on. They got to seek for new customers, markets, and so on. Next, losses. Losses and cost. So, namely, for the agriculture enterprises up to 250 hectares, they assess their losses almost in 4 billions of US dollars. We did it, this survey, in September last year, and I would like to say that the losses in agriculture enterprises by the September last year made 2.5 billions. What are the main needs of and difficulties of agrarian businessmen? So most of SMEs reported about the difficulties in selling their goods. Namely, the lack of access to agricultural resources, like lack of seeds, lack of mineral fertilizers and pesticides, the high tariffs for energy, fuel, seeds, to the main agricultural resources. And the most difficult situation is in close to the frontline areas. Now, the main difficulty has been and is for agricultural businesses, namely how to transfer and sell their products, namely those who work in animal husbandry. They report about the lack of access to markets, lack of labor force, feed, power resources, fuel, and so on. The impact of war on the value-added chains. 9% of the respondents of our survey reported about the lack of the intermediates. I mean, the traders, namely the quantity of traders decreased, or their ability to buy is decreased. And namely, the lack of traders who provided the agricultural resources. And the most suffering are the areas close to front line, namely the broken and ruined links with the providers of resources. And just another slide, this is the indebtedness and lack of loans. When we talk about the situation on the national level, so the quantity of enterprises increased with the new indebtedness, and this situation is true for western and eastern areas. Sure that the areas close to the front line have total absence of accessing the loans, and it's really hard for them to forecast whether or not they will have money to pay their loans. The main reasons, the main causes of the new indebtedness, this is the payment of the manufacturer resources, logistics, construction, facilities construction to support the agriculture activity itself, and the close to the frontline areas are in the most difficult situation. In shortly, the main conclusions and results and the outcomes that we can bring on public. So all in all, we see the cut in agricultural manufactures through the increase in manufacture cost, sharp decrease of incomes from selling the products, in lack in resources. Next, the effects, bad effect on the agricultural value-added chains, the increase in indebtedness, the lack of access to loans, in particular the close to frontline areas. But this is a general tendency, but sure that the close to frontline areas suffer much of all. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Olena. And we continue our panel. And now the word is given to Natalia Malutina, the UNDP products and supporting the women businesses.
Would like to welcome you all. I have a question to you. Whether you know that we have 10 women in our audience, at least 3 out of them suffered from domestic or gender-based violence. This is the official statistics, and this is the statistic before the war. In case in your organization or your enterprise of 10 women, so at least 3 need our assistance and support. Vona Hub was established to help women who desperately need our economic support, and there's a lot of services now providing assistance to women. We know that services are available for women, but Vona Hub was established specifically for women. Economic component is the lead component for Vona Hub. We realize that the number of cases is huge. In a peaceful time, the statistics tell us that after the war and even now, while the war still continues, the number of cases of domestic violence will be increasing. OECD studies, the number of women indicate that domestic violence is increasing in the families where man was in the zone of hostility is increasing twice. 31% of women have experienced physical and or sexual violence. 15% of women where the man was not in the zone of conflict. So the percentage is very high for the institution. So what Vana Hub offers, we do understand that in addition to psychological support, in addition to the work of with the whole society on this issue, it's very important to provide economic support to women. For that reason, Vana Hub was to make them free, inspired, independent, and ambitious. We have 7 local Vana Hubs and 1 national Vana Hub, which helps online for the whole territory of Ukraine. We offer the full career development support with current analysis, what she wants, what she can, and provide support to the full integration into the, and it's not just hiring options. Very important to demonstrate the self-employment opportunities, opening your own business, because it's a big component for the development of our country, because small and medium business is a driving force for our economy. Be able to grow. So it's a pleasure that in this forum we speak about this. Also providing assistance to our women, having support for them. We should think of the economic capacity in cooperation with business. For that reason, we closely cooperate with trade and commerce chambers, with associations of entrepreneurs, where they have local hubs, and then the national level to understand the situation in different places, different locations. The entrepreneurs, small and medium business, is engaged for the solution of the problem. We have specialized trainings on how to assist women at the job place and who suffer from domestic violence. What can be done that at your enterprise the risk is mitigated. Our businesses, which actively is engaged to our program and provide support, help them with internship, employment, have the opportunity to get from us mini grants. Not big money, but still they ensure the important so that a woman would have an opportunity to go for good quality internship and find a job later. And of course, our women have an opportunity to go for different training courses. We cooperate with training centers, different schools, and entrepreneur internship. The job ensures the participation in our program, and we understand that without other services, so we cooperate with government institutions to understand the situation, the government institutes, the employment centers to understand the changes there, and actually cooperate with other projects, UN and other agencies, to strengthen one another to find comprehensive solutions. The team of Vana Hub is not big. We have, as I said, 7 local hubs, coordinators, and 2 career advisors. I'm psychologist. We do understand that psychological support is something which is a very important component. Even if we speak about this career development or some business tasks, a very active program on the development of our business skills, planning. We invite external trainers who are practitioners it's not just how to write business plan, but how to develop a business plan. It was very interesting that we did a demo yesterday. Our stand, 7 local hub. You see the map. The, in orange, like my microphone. In the nearest future, we plan to open 3 local hubs: Odessa, Kryvyi Rih, and Kharkiv. Today, local hubs we have in Zaporizhzhia, Dnipro. We have a strong team in Kyiv region, in Lutsk, Chernivtsi, Uzhgorod, Lviv. If you're not in these cities or your friends need this, you may apply to the National Vana Hub. We have a site, and there is a QR code with a link. Make a request, and national advisors will contact you or those women in need. I'll be more than happy to provide. Once again, we operate mostly with women, but we have an ambitious goal that every individual in Ukraine be free, inspired, and ambitious. So let's strengthen our economy and make our country the winner. Thank you, Natalia. Let's move on. And next, Olga Vargalas, the coordinator, Business Recovery, the USA project. Olga, you're on. Hello, my name is Olga Vargalas. USA, the economic support for Ukraine. I'm the coordinator for the economic recovery component. I'd like to thank you all for being your interest. So, briefly about the project and background. We work in Ukraine since 2018, and today we have the plans till 2026, but we assume that the project might be extended. The coverage for the whole country, we don't have the limitation, except, of course, the non-government controlled territory. The budget, $130 so 130 million. This is the funding allocated, but we have the partners, the Global, Danish Refugee Council, Syrian Engineering Ukraine, FHA 360. We have one office in Kyiv and a rep office in Lviv. A very strong team. Currently, we have 86 experts, long-term experts, 51 short-term experts, and we have 3 foreigners who work in Ukrainian office in Ukraine. And after February 24th, some of the team been being relocated, but still a remote operation in all the areas of activities. Where we work, how to go backwards, the map, where we work, where we don't work, and I would like to add that full-scale invasion, we had an office in Severodonetsk and Kramatorsk. Respectfully, after February 24, the offices were closed. This is about the goal of the project to strengthen Ukrainian economy, which suffered after the beginning of the war. We cooperate with business directly, relocated enterprises, which we cooperate with IDPs and work with local institutions and local self-government authorities, the restoration of activities, search for the partners, opening new markets, and the project supports interagency initiative of the government, support for agriculture activities, the producers in Ukraine, Agri-Ukraine, and the support for to create new jobs. In order to do all the above, we have a goal to provide assistance for the sustainable economy of Ukraine and develop micro, small, and medium enterprises of Ukraine. We have in the project three strategic areas: stabilization and integration, business recovery, and transformation. And respectful to those areas, in the scope of the activities, stabilization and integration, this is the assistance to IDPs to adjust and continue the usual life, professional life, get the job and launch the business recovery is the cooperation with the representatives of business, the companies, and I'll elaborate on that later about the sectors. And transformation, this is the component to restore the economy of the country. And the three the development of the labor force, professional assistance with training, adjustments, change of qualification, communication. This is the component. We deliver information about the project, the opportunity to engage, the outcomes, and good cooperation between different businesses or search the partners outside of Ukraine. And the recovery assistance and recovery on site, assistance to the local authority, recovery of business. There is a split on by subcomponents, and briefly about everyone. Agro-food. We have egg producers, different agriculture goods, small farmers, representatives of processing in food processing industry. We cooperate with them in different areas, advisory services, assistance, marketing strategies, assistance, search for new markets. We assist them participation in different fairs, innovative production, the cooperation with the production enterprises. This is a very interesting issue because a lot of enterprises from the east and the south were ruined, but the owners, the management decided to relocate the people and the enterprises to the regions which were either deoccupied or let's say we help them with those production in the procurement of equipment with grants or with assistance, access to funding. We work with IT clusters, and respectfully, there's a coverage for the advisory services, competitions, tenders. We engage to as a alternative energy sources. This is the area which becomes more and more important. And we have cooperation with the producers, biofuel, and the enterprises which would like to use alternative sources of energy. So we basically promote partnership, access to finance, engagement of investments. We have the companies which apply to just to make a grant application, how to make a grant application or prepare the proposals to get the grants, or get the as among the components, we have cooperation and joint projects. So with a summary for business recovery, in parallel now our component works with more than 1,000 companies. We work with micro business as well. We increase commercial capital, we provide advisory service, and we organize trainings. We assist with the development export potential, research of partners, and how to tune the cooperation itself. We're at the earlier stages. We are the link potential business. Very simple mechanism: advisory service, grants, and we also can do procurement. The selection criteria are very simple. It should be a company or business which is formally registered, and it should be Ukraine, except temporary occupied territories. Also, the company should not be any bankruptcy cases launched and subject to sanction, and the general criteria for small and medium business should be up to 250 temporary, and the profit for up to the 40 million euros annual. Agro-food, IT, innovative product, and alternative energy sources. We don't work with big business, with the business which is related to political activities, and what's important, we plan to work with business which is ready to be engaged. If the company has an expert, that does not mean that the company is doing anything. The expert is doing something. We have joint work. We are engaged from both sides. It's a two-way street, and wish the companies to treat our cooperation in that manner. We have long-term projects. It's not just a week or two. It's important. The whole team, or if we speak about small and medium business, defined members of the team would be engaged with experts. Also, we like to draw the attention that business which comes to us has some background, and the problems they come to us should be related to the business itself. The outcomes, we as a project, USAID project, and our component would do everything possible, provide assistance to restore the business in Ukraine during the war, and assist with the growth. Business would have an opportunity to engage investments, to improve the labor conditions, and create new jobs, and expand the markets, increase the sales. We think that the success of our partners, our beneficiary, is our success as well. And briefly, with a small font, but actually the procedure is very simple, because we have the application. It's available on the website. It's in the material on Facebook. You just have to fill it in. Yes. Indicate all the data about your business, about the company, what are the challenges, what kind of the request is that, and the application is processed. We verify the information about the company, and there's a brief interview, and then the idea, the request, the problem is revised by our expert. And now with other companies, we try to identify the mechanism for our cooperation. And depending on the market, it's a grant, advice, procurement, or training, or just advisory. So we proceed. There's an internal procedure with the company how to proceed. Also, would like to indicate that we as a project are very much interested in the result of our work. Respectfully, we have a team for monitoring and assessment. So after we start cooperation with the company, they are engaged as well. And after the project, we assess the outcomes. These are our main contacts. You can write the email, and I encourage you to join our Facebook community. There are many announcements there about our events, and sometimes it's not the companies which work for the general event, information, campaigns, QR code, may download may information about our component, business recover, and some links to the application as well as other materials. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Olga, for interesting presentation. And we continue. And next, Olga Longwin, economic recovery component on peace development. Hello there, colleagues. Welcome all the participants of Expo East-Expo. I decided to be the last panelist. So basically I'm closing the plenary session and the presentations, and basically the East-Expo, which will be end in 11 minutes. First of all, I would like to thank the colleagues from UN Agency, USAID project who agreed to participate at the last panel. We were developing the panel not only think of the structured presentation of assistance to business program, but on how to show the top of iceberg, the support for business which exists today.
It's very important that we have, as of today, really a very abundant flow of financial and non-financial support and assistance this really I never analyzed thoroughly the situation within other countries who got in the similar situation like Ukraine, but I think that Ukraine is really unique in its situation, since we see really great support of international communities, of the countries, and well, we try to show really what we have in Ukraine today, but the main player is Ukraine as a state that showed is really great capacity, motivation to support businesses as much as possible, and this is really what UNDP was focused on, and we try to support such initiatives at the very beginning, first from the East area, since we are mostly oriented on East. But every time when planning any project, any activity, we think about the exit strategy. It means how we will go out, how we will transfer of all our deliverables and outcomes to the further agents and players. In yes, what it's done by international community is very important, but what Ukrainian community does through official and unofficial structures, governmental, non-governmental, this is rather structural approach, I think, to resolve and to cope with every economic challenges that we have faced and are facing now. So my big thanks to everyone who joined us in economic front line, who participates in the recovery programs, not since we are in the same situation. Now you see on the screen the structure of UNDP, how we work, what are the areas of activity, and where is the territory that we cover, or we function almost in every single oblast. Only Crimea is white, but we hope that soon we will come to Crimea as well. I will not list all the programs and grants. Grants are available. We don't have any like the continuous program. Every grant is announced every single time. So please follow us on Facebook and all other social networks to join the grant programs, and please submit the applications then. I never planned to present any structured presentation to present the project and components, since this activity of ours is really broad. Since last year we implemented really such a big number of pilots that we never did. And before, I mean, now we try to develop any possible solutions as responding to the war challenges. We moved into the newly deoccupied territories, and in case last year only 5 regions were presented, this year 9 regions are presented, and this is really great. We invite all the new partners and clients to our Expo 2024. In fact, we go the same direction. We try to integrate everyone into the process, and let me mention the solution portfolio that was developed for livelihood and economic recovery. If you were present at the very opening of our expo, we presented 4 programs, 4 main programs. This is the access to finances, access to market, business skills, and access to qualified labor force. These are the, let's say, the main components which sometimes are the obstacle for the new startups. And so the first solution that we developed, this is anti-crisis consulting, and that's we launched from the very first days of war, and we continue to implement together with our partners, with chambers of commerce. We organize this anti-crisis consulting process without any specific topic or approach, since every oblast has its own specific challenges. Like Lugansk, who lost its assets, and after the quick deoccupation and concerning the structure of the market, they have their own problems. Nikolaev Oblast, their own specific problems. Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, that faced the big way of relocated businesses and refugees. So every single oblast has got its own challenges to cope with. This is a business relocation, the specifics of war of businesses in war times, certificates, force majeure, the economic losses assessment, and so on and so forth. So really that was a diversification of solutions when responding to challenges. The platform united over 1,500 of partners, and this number is increasing. And the platform will work until every single member receives the response to the challenges. The online sales. Several businesses were surveyed whether or not they have their website or sales through internet, and in case there's no website, so why? But again, this was really very interesting survey. We started to support the digitalization and to expand it, in particular yet in COVID times, and we saw that this service is really big request, and sometimes it's not used through this really costly to create a qualitative resource, and businesses are not ready to spend their resources. That's why we suggest, and we will suggest in the future, to the assistance in creating the internet shops, and in parallel we provide the training courses on how to do it. Yet in 2022 we financed over 30 internet shops, or online stores of the products close to the front line, close to the front line areas. These are the boilers, the packed food, and so on. So again, we will try to support any single need of the business. Concerning the business skills, so through these years we trained thousands of people. We have our trainers, they are sitting in front of you, who participated in a lot of business skill trainings. They were attracted as experts, and it's very important that we create such a community to share the knowledge and also the entrepreneurs that participated in our trainings, they start to apply practically this knowledge. This is really very good sign. We you start business platform, so you can join it, and we have already lots of good feedback from those who have created the business stores and really reach good development. For us, it's very important to get the direct personal feedback. So in a shortly I will present the workforce or labor force issues. Please raise your hands who have faced the specific needs. Well, I see that more or less the same quantity. So there's really a very good understanding of the gap that has been created in the last years. This is the gap between the requirements and the qualification, and this gap but only increased during the war. We have high unemployment in Ukraine, and the lack of professionals. Why? Because business seeks for the professionals that are absent on the market. They most of them moved to other regions, and these regions are not ready to get them, and so we can respond in different ways, like to create new workplaces, to help people to find themselves in new professions. And through the 2022-2023, we helped to get requalified thousands of people, and we will continue to work in this program while we were working in filling the work positions. This is really a key to success. So we try to launch this requalification program within the area of public-private partnership. We organize such requalification programs, apprenticeships, in order to get really assured for the people who came to our trainings. But this is rather a long course, but at the very end they get the certificates. It means that there's not like some short-term courses, but 2 months courses at least.
And it's very important that we have a newcomer to our training, understand that there'll be an opportunity for employment. And we are not training for 50 electrician welders who wouldn't be able to find a job. We're looking for the urgent needs. We're collecting the information. We're looking for the employers who would be ready to employ these people. And we are providing the reskilling that after the courses they'll be able to get the initial job. If they're lucky, if cooperation would be interesting to every party, they'll have a permanent job. Of course, there might be different issues. It's not 100% efficiency, but the probability is more than 65% of our subscribers of the courses get an opportunity after the completion to be employed, and those who did not get an opportunity, these are the people who went for the training with clear goal. They want to do business themselves, want to be self-employed in specific sectors. We try to respond on the needs, not only the labor market, not only business, but the country as well. And we keep in mind that the country should be recovered, rebuilt, and the region should be rebuilt. We have a lot of construction professions in the program. Chernihiv region, for example, is very active. They started last year to do a lot on the recovery of the region. The process includes all the categories of people, including people with disabilities. We have separate courses for people with disability for the recovery of employment skills in the new area, and there's a huge interest. And finally, some know-how from us. We launched in some universities. You see 7. The drone operator training, and we helped the graduates will have an opportunity to get real skills, how to operate this flying device, which currently is used in different areas of activity, including the agriculture and construction. And it's very important that this is the profession is important to damage assessment, to assess the problems with the constructions after shelling. This is briefly, well, it's about 10% of the project solutions which we did the past year and which we continue to do in 2023. We'll continue. This is the top of iceberg, and today you're the closing of Expo. This is the solution which exists for 8 years, many years from 2017. We're not talking about infrastructure today, but this is a big part of our work, co-working, co-production, so joint production, support of different interesting projects throughout Ukraine, like renovation, co-working space, establishment of temporary relocation of business and the but I look at the watch and about to close my. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank those who are able to be from the very beginning at the expo, and hope that with new ideas, with new businesses and new projects, we'll meet next year. Thank you very much, Olga. Thank to all the participants or panelists. Dear participants, this is the end of lecture work. Dear participants, will be suggest we go back to your stand to get these certificates. And there'll be an award ceremony starting soon.